Camera didn't want to work. Hi, I'm Steve from Mac84. Welcome to another Mac84 live stream where we're doing stuff like learning how to stream. Hi, let's see who's in the chat here. We got Dave of Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, Bruce of Brangus Creations, Mike of Mike's Mess. We have Jamie's Hack Shack, Joe's Computer Museum, Jay from the House of Moth. Who else is here? We have Rudy's Retro Intel. Hello. Matthew's here. Scroll down the list because I didn't make the window big enough. So now I'm struggling to read because I'm old and confused and tired. And my voice is going to give out like halfway through this stream. But that's okay. No one wants to hear what I say anyway. If Eric Helgas into the chat. We also have SadMac356, Retro Tech, Tom, Chris is here, SJ Bryant is here, Will, KMac Vintage is here. Just call your local golf ball is here. That's a new one. Hello. Thomas Armstrong is here. Carl is here. Hello, Carl. Trina is here. Eric of Eric's Edge is here. Luke is here. And Leaded Solder is here. Hello, hello, hello. My goodness, so many familiar names. It's almost like I met people at some sort of event recently. My goodness. Ugh. VCF Midwest came and went. My neck still hurts. Kinda. I'm waiting for it to pop. It's not gonna. It's like something in my beard. It's like it's just a white hair of me being ancient. So yeah, VCF Midwest, that was a blast. Flew there on Thursday. Missed the initial flight thanks to shenanigans. Yeah, I'm still dead tired too. We'll see how well this stream goes. Hey, Fox. Oh, fuck that. Fox Hound. My goodness, I can't even speak. And what else? Then we had the whole show. That was nuts. And then ended up driving back from the Chicago area. Made it to the Cleveland area Monday night. Left Tuesday morning. And ended up in New Jersey. And back home around 8 o'clock-ish. So, yeah, that was a thing. That was... my first time driving that far of a distance. I might do it again. I don't know. I dragged a lot of crap home with me. I'll be doing a video about VCF Midwest by itself, but picked up a bunch of stuff. There was a former Apple dealer there who just had like everything at ridiculous prices, and I kicked myself not for asking. There was a boxed Macintosh portable that went for like $250. There was a sleeve of all the Lisa documentation manuals and everything. He had Lisa faceplates. I picked up this from him. because I don't have a lot of Apple III stuff. And it's an Apple image writer accessory kit for the Apple III. And it has everything. It has the foam padding, it has the manual, it has the unpacking instructions for the printer, it has this little registration card, and everything is sealed. It has these cables. I mean, this is the type of stuff that person had. That person's name was Dan. Him and his wife, Robin, were so kind and so patient with the horde of people just digging through boxes, and I'm sure asking questions every 2 seconds. Somehow they survived. But yeah, that was one of the highlights. Was just that was one of the cool exhibits, just digging through. And the other highlight was just meeting all of you in person. Met a bunch of new people for the first time. Kate, Macintosh Librarian, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. Who else did I meet for the first time? Joe's Computer Museum. Bunch of other folks from last time, though the whole Blue Scuzzy crew was there. Eric, Jay, Tom, some other people I'm forgetting, I'm sure. I'm not gonna name everybody because, like, my goodness, but Carl, who else was in our booth there? Dana, Dan from Canadian Computer Collector, Ron from Ron's Computer Videos, Eric of Eric's Edge, the other Eric of Blue Scuzzy, Sean of Action Retro was there, Nicholas, who has a crazy setup, he always brings stuff there, a bunch of Lisa folks were there, were showing off really cool I.O. boards and stuff like that. Let's see, Matt, hold on, I wrote down some names, because brain bad, no work good. Mr. Macintosh, as always, was there, so that was always a pleasure. Peter had an excellent Macintosh setup, as always, so that was amazing to see. My friend Ian was there, being crazy and running around grabbing things. And so, like, if I saw you there, hi. Oh, Will, again, was in our little booth. Adrian and Juicy Crumb, is it? That was there with the booth and everything. Like, we had a little circle of just, like, friends area. So that was nuts. If I missed your name, sorry, brain bad. Me still can't think good, and I haven't even started editing a video yet, so it's gonna be a thing. Oh boy. I caught the Steve disorder. I bought an image writer in the box. Juicy Crumb. Thank you, Bruce. My goodness. One thing I want to mention about image writers, and I did not buy this, but this was the kind of deal you could expect at the end of the day. So this was from that Apple dealer. People were just milling about, buying stuff at the end of the show. And this gentleman walked up with this cart, and his name was Rob, and he got this for $5. This is 2 boxed image writers with documentation, ink, ribbons, and everything. $5 whole. That's nuts. That just shows you, like, the type of things that if you're willing to wait to the end of the day and it doesn't sell, might be able to get a good deal on it. There we go, focus. So that was pretty cool. So anyway, other thing I picked up, wait one second, make sure I got the right thing here. Okay. Oh yeah, this thing, I don't know who put this in my box or if it was just random, but yeah, that was weird. Mike gave me this, which was neat. So I think Leaded Solder is their website. I think I saw you in the chat, so put your website in the chat. Oh, you might not be able to because YouTube is dumb. But anyway, it's this little WebOS HP phone. We were just talking about little things, and he whipped this out. He's like, do you want this? I'm like, yeah, sure. And look how freaking cute that is. It has a little keyboard. I don't even know if how to power it up or anything. I literally just brought in the bag downstairs. But gave me a little accessory kit with it. I just think this is super cool. And I don't know. There's something about the style of this. It's pretty neat. My thumbs are way too fat for the keyboard, but I can see the appeal of this. So that's really cool. Oh, I gotta scroll down the chat. My daughter loved that stylophone. Yeah, these are cool. Oh yeah, Eric got a TAM. Lucky Eric. Vanity mirror on the back. It's not really reflective. It sort of is, but it's not that reflective where you could really see yourself. Like, I guess, like, in an emergency you could. But, yeah, I forget the name of the model. Model number is P160UNA. So there you go. But anyway, that was a very cool little treat. The car was already packed up. car was absolutely packed. I'll show you a photo of it. Again, putting together a video. The car was absolutely slam-packed with goodies to take home. And somehow we made it. It's the back of the rental car there as the camera struggles to focus. Lots of documentation, videotapes, laser discs. Didn't pick up too many computers. I had some things to give to other people. But yeah, so anyway. HP Veer. Thank you, Let It Solder. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. HP Veer. It's an interesting name. Veer. General Veers. Yeah, Allison didn't murder me somehow. She got close to it, but she didn't. So yeah, let's talk about what I want to work on today. And this is a Macintosh IIcx from Matt, aka Wooden Gamer, who always has a fantastic booth at VCF Midwest, thinning down their collection. And I think it was Friday night, they had a stack of these that, no, thankfully it isn't, Bruce. They had a stack of these on their table. And I think I brought Allison down to the show to show her around and meet some people before the chaos that was Saturday. And saw this for $10, and it said it was a project system. And I have two Mac IIcx's. They're both kind of beat up. One I paid $100 for, and the ADB doesn't work. Like, it'll work with the keyboard, but not with the mouse at the same time. It's weird. And the other one is the original machine my parents bought in the summer of 1990. And that one, the new bus doesn't work, so I can't get video out. This one, the case, I don't know if it's going to show up on the video. The case is in absolutely beautiful condition. It's not yellowed really at all. There's not too many dings on it or anything. It is a beautiful looking system. $10 was the asking price on this. Gladly paid that. Said the power supply was suspect and said it was a bit sad inside. So let's take a look at how bad it is inside. And I'm curious if we get some life out of it. If for some reason we're successful with this today, I have a Quadra 840 AV that Dana passed along to me from last year's show that I've been trying to get to work, but it's being a Quadra 840 AV. But here, let me point the camera down, and we'll get some close-ups of this stuff in a minute. But didn't have a hard drive in there, but did come with a video card. So let's take that out. Now the video card has caps on it that have leaked. It's the first time I've ever seen one of these cards leak, because there's some damage actually. This cap has leaked right onto that chip, and we'll look at the microscope later, see how bad that is. But that's the first time I've seen the caps on these things actually do that amount of damage. There's some green and rust and all sorts of stuff. So we'll put that aside for now. Hey, Show Fox, how's it going? Yeah, fantastic price for $10 if it was just for the case. You know, but hey, look, we got parts inside. We got a speaker. And I did screw down that screw again. Where'd that screwdriver go? I'm losing my voice already. So maybe I'll shut up for the majority of the stream. Excuse me. Let's see if we could get that out of there. Hey, Corbin. Oh, you're welcome. That was you that I signed the 2SI for. Yeah, I signed a few things. I think I signed a power book. I signed the inside of a Lisa frame. But yeah, that was very nice of you to ask me to sign that. Thank you so much. I looked for a pile of boxes of scuzzy cables. Did not find any. Well, if you need any scuzzy cables, Eric, I do have a few extras. Can't guarantee if they work. But, all right. There we go. And we have a floppy drive in here because this is still quite heavy. How about that? Doesn't look too bad despite the dust there. I'm going to get some tape here. Excuse me. My goodness. Either I'm going to shut up or this will be a very short stream because my throat has not recuperated yet from the event. Everyone who goes to these events, you know, you're speaking over a loud crowd. There's a lot going on, and before you know it, you can't speak anymore. Just going to put a piece of tape over here with the screw. There we go. Put that over here. And a big shout out to Ron of Ron's Computer Videos. He moderated the panel before me with a bunch of awesome projects and vintage modern solutions for vintage systems. And also co-hosted the Macintosh clones talk that I did with me. Thank you so much, Ron. That was a lot of fun. It was recorded. So if you missed it, don't worry. I'm sure it will be posted to the VCF Midwest YouTube channel eventually. Or the VCF Federation YouTube channel. One of those channels. Let me just get the programmer switch out of here. Eric was on that panel along with Ian and a bunch of other talented folks. I'm glad they record them because I was at my booth the majority of the time. I missed the YouTuber panel. I was not on that one this year. Actually, I've never been on one of those. I was on a similar streaming panel at East, but never the fabled YouTuber panel. But that meant I got to stay at my booth and eat my lunch. All right. Thank you. I'm glad you dug the clone one. It was a bit of a kerfuffle on my part because, hey, VBorg, I brought a different computer than I normally did. I was going to bring my PC laptop again, but the audacity of me to, present from a PC laptop about a Mac subject was a little funny. But I had a MacBook Air that one of the Mac folks gave me, and it's an old one, but it works, and it didn't have anything on it. So I was like, you know what, this works. I'm going to bring it. And forgot it did not have HDMI built in, have mini display ports. So we go to project, and I'm like, oh shoot, I don't got the cable. So I ran out to the conference room. There was an e-waste place that had a bin, like a garbage pail full of all the Apple connectors: USB-C to DisplayPort, USB-C to DVI, mini DisplayPort to DVI to HDMI, Thunderbolt to Ethernet. All these things, 50 cents each. 50 cents each. So I spent like $4 getting all sorts of random cables. And of course I didn't grab the right one. In my luggage I did have one, but I didn't discover that until later. So Ron thankfully stalled for time while the kind folks who are running the scenes, thank you again, Trickster, who was able to conjure up an adapter. So that was much appreciated. Without that, we wouldn't have had a presentation. So, all right. Any chance to see Power Computer's legally distinct Sluggo? It's a good evening. Yes. Oh gosh. I forgot you had more tools and probably skills than I do. Well, it's not a competition. Let's all just try to fix things. That thing was heavy. I brought a monitor back for Gut Bomb that it was in the back of the rental car the whole way. That was an experience. I could have bought something good and kept it in the car, but no. I had to bring back a monitor. I'm not even going to use. Yeah, it felt a lot heavier than 49 pounds, I can tell you that. Alright, so let's get a better look at what's going on the board, because it's not pretty, folks. And the microscope camera does not want to work. Today does it. No pine cones because you weren't there, or whoever you claimed did the pine cones last time. Because nobody could give me a straight answer about these silly things. Come on, microscope camera. Come on. You don't want to work today? Why? No, why? Why should you? There we go. All right. Let's see what the heck we're up against. Endgame CRT. You are welcome, my friend. There's just the small delivery charge. All right. Now, on the surface, this doesn't look too bad, but there are some questionable areas, like this. And you know what? I'm going to look at the back. All right, it's not horrible at the back. One of these boards I looked at recently, everything looked meh on the front, and the back was just a spider web of sadness. But there's a lot of interesting corrosion going on here. Like if it was bubbling to the surface. Yeah, I don't know exactly like what caused it, but yeah. Excuse me. I had a scalpel. There it is. Don't want to use a Dremel on this yet, but I certainly see some questionable traces here. A little solder ball or a blob. Interesting. A lot of this is just surface gunk. That trace looks okay. We'll get to the nasty part in a second. There's a few areas that I'd like to focus on. No, Mike. No, I can't fix this. I fixed a lot of things. You really want to place your bets this early on in the game? I didn't say I'll fix it tonight. Might be a 5-year ordeal like the 840 AV. Alright, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, these caps are very, like, dusty and crusty. They're not too happy looking. Almost like it's like dust or dirt or something. The CX stands for crusty. Well, this is the worst part. This area right here is the absolute worst part. And I say that because not only do we have this and this and this and this and this, but this is what I'm most concerned about. This little chip here is just hanging in the wind here, and you could see somehow all of the solder on the right side of this chip is just detached. Everything was detached from this. It's just floating. The left side is the only thing hanging on. So yeah, and you could see the goo here. Let's zoom in. I want to show you. I want to show you some of this liquid corrosion here. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, it wants to be free, all right. We'll let it free in a moment. But this was what I was most concerned with. I think I have some spares of these chips. I cannot recall. We have a TIT 944. I'm sorry, HC132. I might have those, and if this is also an HC132. You know, I think I have these. And the only way I'll know is not by going through my parts bin, but by going to Mauser.com and going to my history to see if I purchased one of these chips. Because I think I did. Oh, I have to log in. I'm pretty sure I have in the past. $10 to lick it. I paid, now you have to. Eep! Thank you very much, Joe, for the super chat. I don't want to lick it. I don't, that's, I mean, I'm not even going to offer to lick other things because that's a slippery slope. It's going to get some crazy people in here. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's a tit chip. Yes. It's all right. So let's look at my order history. But thank you, Joe, so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see if I search for, what is that? What did I say? HC132. There we go. I ordered 6 of them. The 74HC, so on and so forth. I ordered them February 2023. So I should have a few of them on there. That's good to know. I shouldn't have settled so cheap. Oh, Mike. Time makes fools of us all. I think the 950 was 33 megahertz. Then again, the 2FX was 40 megahertz. got some pretty damn fast computers. Well, anyway, let's put some flux on here to help persuade this thing to come off quietly. And we'll see if I'm pretty sure that chip is toast just by the amount of green. I would wager that it does not want to live, but these chips are thankfully still available. But Mike, you do not have to do that. Eep! Thank you very much for the super chat, though. And I'm not going to lick it, you silly bastard. Crazy bastard. Lick the thing and get sick and die. That's what friends are for, folks. That's what friends are for. Soldering with my left hand. Oh no, it's my right hand. See, that's what happens. You know, brain no good anymore. Oh, God. Poor little chip. Let's see what's going on here. I don't like ketchup. My wife makes fun of me about it. I don't like ketchup. I'm not a ketchup person. Or a mustard person. I'll have some barbecue sauce on like some fries or something, but that's about it. I'm not like Bruce. I don't put no, but he puts barbecue sauce on lasagna. Never mind. That's just even weirder. But it's okay. We love him anyway. Yeah, this is nasty. This is very nasty. Just like you could just tell these caps just went bleh, and just went everywhere. Because this is pretty gross, folks. Yeah, I'm going to use the fume extractor in a moment. The thing is that I'm using an old computer. I'm not using any fancy noise filtering or anything like that. So you're going to hear this. And you're just going to have to deal with it. Because I don't want to, like, have all this stuff in my lungs. It's probably not a good thing. Bruce's video showed that that's not a good thing. Hey, Keith, how's it going? Keep on dreaming, Trina, but I will accept your money. Thanks for the super chat. Yep! Your 20th super chat, apparently. According to the YouTube peoples. But thank you for the support. Hey, Jim, how's it going? Hey, Sean. Best reason for Canada. Who else did I miss? Hello to anybody I missed. Hello. Alright, so we're just trying to clean up whatever the hell this is. My God. It's nasty. Very, very nasty. So with crusty stuff like this, I put a lot of flux down and get a big bead of solder on my iron. And I just gently scrape the iron over the top of the stuff that I want to loosen. And it's not going to come all at once. You can see there's a lot of dirt and crud and delicious fumes. It takes a lot of persuasion because when things are dirty like this on the board, it doesn't get good enough contact to really melt anything. You know, there's a lot of crap in between, and you're going to see it like gets like a muddiness. Almost like, you know, adding water to dirt, you know, it just gets sort of this murkiness. But you keep going over it a few times, it eventually loosens up. You do not want to stay on one part for far too long, or you risk ripping that pad right off of the board. And that'll give us even more work to do. So you just want to sort of circle around. You know, there's about a dozen or so pads here. And I'm just slowly making my rounds. And I can just feel when the pads are level with the board. And I'm going to clean the tip off the iron because it is filthy now. Thank you, Gut Bomb. Eep! I will not. I'll have some ice cream to celebrate if this works, okay? You can watch me licking the ice cream, you weirdos. If I can get paid to eat things, you know, maybe that's the better YouTube content to go for. It's low maintenance. I don't have to fix anything. I just gotta open my damn mouth. Alright. Look at all that goop. That is disgusting. Ugh. There we go. That's cleaning up a little bit better. But see, that was just for one chip. We went through that whole process just for one chip. YouTube standards and practices. They don't care anymore. What are you talking about, Joe? There is no standards. Let's put blatantly false content with a dumb thumbnail on and get 1 billion views. Oh, wait, they're getting ad revenue from that. Never mind. I'll fix it for $100. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so let's put a bit more flux here. And put a bit more solder here. Just try and freshen that up a little bit. There's still a lot of crud here. Might have to get the scalpel and scrape some of it away because it's still not. You want to see it be very shiny, and it's still not shiny. So I can feel some of it coming away, but not all of it. And you don't want to push too hard because you could easily pop a pad off the logic board. That'll give you even more trouble. I lost my thingamajigs. There we go. Hey, Starbuck, how's it going? Steve is being bullied into leaking capacitor. I don't need the super chats that much for licking the things. Thank you, Mark. See, someone appreciates the entertainment of me not licking things. You crazy people. I'm sure there's other channels that specialize in that sort of content. And I hope they have a better healthcare system than we do. Sir, you licked this logic board. You have 5 minutes to live. Eep! That I'm not digging that out now, Dave, but maybe in a few months in the winter when I'm bored and have nothing better to do and feeling a little bit crazy. There we go. See, I'm scraping just the layer of gunk off of these. And sometimes that's what you have to do. You know, it just resorts to that. No amount of soldering will get that fine layer of crap off of here. But yes, Carl gave me some boards to recap. I absolutely hate doing analog boards and power supplies. There's just something about them, not a fun time. But I was in the opportunity to help out, so we'll see how well it goes. I do have a recapping kit for it, so that saves me some time. It's just a very tedious process, and you need a lot of work on the desk to do it. Try again to eat crap. Thanks, Mike. Oh, boy. Sloopy, you need your head examined. No, it's okay, Carl. Just like let's just say I don't even do that work for my own machines. You know, I got to be in a rare mood. It's just one of those things. It's a lot of work. You need a lot of space to do it. You need to triple check everything, or you could blow up something pretty badly. So it's not my idea of fun, but do my best to help you out. All right, so I'm just trying to get some of these nice and shiny. Still some crud on them. And we got some other things to worry about here, so it doesn't have to be perfect. We have to get some solder on each leg so we can make a good connection to this chip. And also going to connect. Going to make sure that we don't have any bad traces around here. Looks like all of those are taking enough solder. It won't be pretty, but it'll work. Let's see. Oh God, 3DO. I have a 3DO. I also have a stack of Sega Game Gears. Like a lot of Sega Game Gears. And I have not bothered to do anything with them yet. Sorry, just catching up on something. Alright. Oh god, it's just getting worse the more I look at it. Alright, let's just snip these caps off. Who the hell cares at this point? This poor board. And we might get an example of why you shouldn't do this. Because these pads are so weakened, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm hoping for an example where I will screw this up on camera to show you all why this isn't like the best way to do it sometimes, especially with old crusty boards. But so far, I haven't screwed this up yet. Let's see if this last one wants to do it for me. Nope. I wanted some disaster here to showcase this, but whenever I do it on camera, I can't catch it, but whatever. Oh yeah, look at that. That just came off without touching it much. It just right off the board. Now I prefer to use hot air to get these off, but I was actually trying to cause more harm than good. You didn't miss much, Matthew. We have a very corroded Macintosh IIcx here. And I was being comical with the way I was taking off these caps to give me more work to do. Because I'm an idiot. But seemingly, it wanted to cooperate. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at me ham fist this. Yeah, it's alright. Just put this over the trash can to get all those little bits. Oh boy. I've never not admitted to being an idiot. Let the record show. Although I will say I am very very touched that a lot of people came up to the booth and were saying, hey, you know, I started doing my own repairs because of your videos. Keep up the great work. I love the live streams. I love, you know, you doing this. Thank you so much for doing this and that. And I was like, first off, like, thank you. That's very kind of you. But it's like, do you have the right booth? You know, kidding aside, obviously. But that was very kind of them. I had to refill my thing with alcohol. It's always nice seeing people in person. You know, it's sort of weird because I'm sort of a one-man shop with the videos and the repairs I do and stuff. And besides these events, I don't really, you know, there's not really like an audience. So it's very nice when people come up and say, "Hey, I like what you're doing," or they'll sit up and stand up and talk, or they'll give me a sticker, or we'll exchange swag or something like that. So that's always a highlight of the event. So anybody who came up and said hello, thank you very much. VCF West is not in Texas. I think you're thinking of VCF Southwest. And I think they named it that because there's a Southeast. And that's in Georgia, I think. But I don't name these things, so I don't know what to tell you. I'm just an attendee. Let's get all these legs out of here. Oh god, these smell awful. These absolutely smell awful. I hate to break it to you, Carl, but no! I don't need any more printers. I already have one of those. But I'm sure somebody else would love one. I did see your message. I didn't get a chance to reply to you yet, but the last thing I need is more printers. Especially more problematic printers. My goodness. I have so many of these stupid things. I'm working on moving stuff to the shed and trying to get organized, and just realizing, like, the hell am I holding on to this for? So, sorry. No, I'm trying really hard not to get any more printers in my house. Unless it's some weird prototype of an image writer. I think I'm set. I hate getting these little adhesive things off. Ugh. Hey, Ryan. Oh man, Ryan, it was a pleasure to meet you at the show. That was a lot of fun. I don't trust that you were a volunteer in the strictest sense, but you did shove unwanted network cards into people's bags, and so I guess there is some level of volunteering. Whether it was something that a service that people needed or not is, I guess, to be debated. But oh gosh, there's so much crud. Gee, I wonder if these caps leaked or not. Derp. So nasty. Oh god. Just so much crud everywhere. I'm gonna have to remove so many of these chips. I could just feel it. And of course, these caps are where the startup circuitry is on the 2CX. The 2CI, it's near the power button. But this whole area, you have to be careful with. Image writer ribbons are on the MacFX website. I think it's macfx.com. I'll put a link in the thing. Give me a moment. I always forget they have two websites. One goes to their the net one goes to their Kickstarter. macfx.com. Go to store. Let's see if they still have them in stock. They do $20. So there's the Image Writer 2 color cartridges. I'm not messing around with ink. No, thank you. I need to find more isopropyl alcohol. Give me a second. Ah. Yeah, let's try and keep it like, I don't know, PG-13 here, folks. Thank you. Sega Saturn's 30. My goodness. I feel old. Funny story about the Sega Saturn. When we were kids, we wanted one, obviously, you know, as a holiday gift or whatever. We didn't know that it was so heavily discounted because of the struggles going on and all this stuff with Sega and them trying to sell these things. And so I guess my grandparents had already allotted a certain amount of money for our gifts, and I have 3 brothers. So, you know, they already knew we wanted a Sega Saturn. And so I guess when they went to get the system, because I think it was originally like around $400, they had slashed the price temporarily to $200. And so lo and behold, our grandparents gave us 2 Sega Saturns. It absolutely blew our mind. Still have the videotape of it somewhere. And we were like, what? What? And it worked out for the best, because, you know, my older brother would hog the system, and we had a second one to play. But I guess it was just, you know, they were like, oh, well, we're going to spend this anyway, might as well get 2 of them. We each got different games and whatever. We got a racing controller. My grandmother was playing Daytona USA. So, that's a cherished memory of ours. Just, you know, we were a Sega household, so that's what I remember fondly. Shame it didn't do that well here in the US. It had a better following in Japan, from what I understand. Have a few Japanese games. I do regret not buying a $20 Sega Saturn when I was visiting Japan in 2015. Because we have the gray consoles here. I think they have like more of a white console. And I did a little podcast just for patrons with Colin of This Does Not Compute. You could find it on my Patreon or on his Patreon. It's also on the YouTube supporter thingamajig on my channel, but that's sort of a pain to update, so it's a little lagging behind. I apologize. But we do a little podcast, and we were talking about the Sega Saturn a few weeks ago, because they made peripherals for it, like a keyboard and a mouse and a printer and a modem and all this crazy stuff. And happened to be at the Long Island Retro Show a few weeks ago. And they had that whole setup on display. And I was thinking, Colin, you know, I texted her. I said, we just talked about this. Look, they have it. So I almost have that whole setup. I have the floppy drive. I have the camera. But I'm missing the printer adapter. I don't think I'll ever buy the printer. But I have a similar printer, you know. But there's this little printer adapter that goes into a parallel port, and it plugs into the Sega Saturn. There are 2 versions. I want the version that supports the digital camera, has a little composite jack on it. So if anybody ever sees one of those, you let me know. I'd be interested in it. But, I don't know, just weird stuff like that is fun. Just like, you know, at a time where it's like, wait, why buy a CD player when you could buy a video game console? Why buy a computer when you could buy a video game console? You know, it does all the things. Yeah, there's all that optical disk drive emulating stuff for the systems. I haven't played around with that yet. I have a binder full of CDRs. So, but I'm not saying that that's not worth it. It totally is. Would likely do that to one of my systems. We have some Bad Traces here by CA15. Looks like it was making a pretty decent connection. We will double check that with the multimeter. And I'm not 100% happy with some of this here. Again, we'll check the connection, see if we have to make any little repairs there. But that's sort of to be expected when this stuff looks like crap. There's just so much crud around it. And I might have to like remove this chip and lift it up and clean it. Same with this one. Any of these that have, let's see how I could describe this. It's almost like a chalky texture, it looks like. It's not that bad here, but you could just see like yeah, the solder is not strong anymore. It just peels away. And anything like that, you're gonna wanna reapply the solder to. You can see here, it's just coming up like it's nothing. You know, I'm poking at it, but still, that shouldn't happen, and that's due to the corrosion. That's due to all the crap that's going on here. So we wanna get that out of there. And a lot of this crap, you know, when you wipe it out, see, look what happens. It sits under the chip there. So we're gonna take some of those chips off. It might not need to do it now. It might be making an okay connection for now. But for the longevity of the machine, you want to try and clean it up. Some of these little diodes are looking okay. My main concern is this row of capacitors and that chip. Everything else should be okay so far. Yeah, a lot of the arcades just use souped up home console hardware. Sega did that, and a lot of other companies did that. Let's see how bad this chip is. Let's see if we can get this chip cleaned up. Or, you know, I have others we could use. But I'm just curious if any of these pins are going to just snap off, because they look pretty nasty. Or if it's just all surface crud. Because you never know sometimes. Being pretty aggressive here. If this was like a CUDA chip or a one-of-a-kind chip, I'd be much more gentle. I mean, really, that's not too bad for now. Daytona, USA. That's not looking too shabby at all. I mean, there's still all this crud underneath it. Just look at all that cruddy solder. Oh, scalpel blade broke. Look at that. It's the first time it's broken on like that to me. And here I am still using it. We'll replace it in a moment. Might as well get all the crud on this one, huh? Look at the way that cracked. I wonder if we could. Yeah, there we go. Good Snoop. Stephen, if it's a $1 part, throw it away. I will. I just want to finish cleaning this cruddy chip. No sense ruining a new scalpel. I wonder if I'm cutting. No, I'm not putting any pressure on it. That has happened before though, where you go to just like try and clean something and you just slice right through it. Yeah, there's always a volume issue at those places. Galloping Ghost was great. Was there for the second time this year. Yes, last year was my first year. It's always great to do those, go to those places and support those places. You can't beat it for like what, $20, $25 for the day. You can't beat it. You come and go, come back. But it's one of those things where some of the monitors are always going to be a little bleh. Some of the sound is going to be bleh. Some of the controllers won't always be 100%. But, they have so many machines that the more popular ones seem to be well taken care of. But there were a few games that Ryan and I were trying to play like some of the 2-player shooting games, and like the first player or the second player gun didn't work, you know. So I can't imagine how much maintenance is required for some of those places, and you know, you need a certain skill set and certain people to be into doing those things. So I'm just heating up these legs, just bubbling them up, trying to loosen some of this crud here. Not going to be perfect, but who else has been to Galloping Ghost? That's a great arcade. There's one here in New Jersey, the Silverball Pinball Museum. Mostly a focus on pinball, but they do have a lot of other things too. And who here in the chat was at VCF Midwest? I should have asked that like an hour ago. How long have you been streaming? An hour? Something like that. I recognize a lot of faces in the chat, but I'm not good with a lot of like face to username ratio or real name stuff sometimes. I get confused. So if you're at VCF Midwest, say hi. You stopped by the booth, I hope you did. Hope you got some of your free Mac 84 stickers. Except the one group of folks where I said, yeah, take some stickers. They literally took every sticker I had. Like, I'm talking about, like, there were at least 24 stickers on the table. They just literally took all of them. I'm like, alright. They better subscribe. I don't know how am I going to make this work financially, but... Yay, Joe! I saw you a couple of times. Dana and I were next to each other. We were booth buds. Damn, this chip is crusty. Should just use the new old stock one, but if it works, it works. There we go. We just need to get the bottom feet in a clean enough state where we'll make contact. Ugh. Just look at this crud. So much crud. Not by choice. Yes, we both shared like this corner table. A lot of shenanigans going on. We just got real friendly with each other. Got peanut butter in my chocolate. Well, it doesn't look too bad. Fun was had by most. There's a ton of memory inside this machine. I'm gonna guess at least 8 megabytes. We'll see. Hopefully we can get some life out of it. Not seeing anything too terrible. I mean, like, yeah, there's like bits of corrosion here and there. This trace I almost missed. How about that? That's a nasty one. It still looks like it's complete, though. We'll check with the multimeter. Let's bring out our friend the multimeter. Oh, great. Hey, Y2K Gamer. Yes. That was one of the items I signed. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Yes, I always sign a little eep with the signature. I'm glad you enjoy it. I just sort of started doing that. I don't know why, but it was great meeting you. It's always sort of surreal signing things, but I'm happy to do it. If it makes you happy, it's like, hey, look, I saw the guy did the thing. I got the signature. Then I'm glad. There was one really nasty one around here somewhere. Where did it go? I think it was this one. Yeah, that's not making a connection anymore. So we gotta fix that. Was that your first time at VCF East, Y2K Gamer? Great username, by the way. A lot of crud there. Alright, it's time to retire this this blade. Which just even broke further. In the trash it goes. I guess if you're in a pinch you could use nail polish. There's nothing really, from my understanding, wrong with it. I just have the solder mask, so I use that. But honestly, on my own projects, I don't really use it all that much. Because my projects are never finished. It's one of those things where it's like, am I really sure this works? Do I really want to dump a bunch of solder mask on this? In the chance that I have to, like, come back and fix it? But if it's for a client or something that I don't want to fix again, then yes, I'll totally do that. Well, that is amazing. I'm glad you had a wonderful time, Y2K Gamer. As I try and remember where I put the rest of my scalpel. There it is. And I'm glad you will cherish your PowerBook. Those are great machines, especially one with a color display. There we go. Fresh scalpel blade. Alrighty, Dana. Safe trip home. Maybe we'll get this thing booted up. Do not eat the blade. Yeah, no thanks. Good afternoon, Geekman's World. Evening, whatever it is. It's 8 o'clock here. And randomly steal my wife's nail polish. Yes, let's take a look at these other traces just to make sure. Sometimes it looks like something's connected, and it's just like you look at it under a microscope and you go, actually, it's just barely not touching. And it just leads you on a wild goose chase. The rest of these look okay. We do have some crud on the board. Just get some of that out of here. It's not like I need to make this perfect, but like, look in here, that's all green. And if you don't neutralize this stuff, there's a very good chance of it just getting much, much worse. So like here, like this via is barely, I think, touching here. So we'll tidy that up. Lots of crud, unfortunately, on this board, but that's okay. I knew what I was getting myself into. It was a $10 Macintosh IIcx. Comes with the territory, to be expected. So Sometimes you could get away with just putting a little glob of solder on it, and it will, you know, fix itself. But other times you might need to do a little trace repair, so we'll see. See, this solder is not sticking in this via, so there's a lot of crud in there. Although it looks like the outer connection to that ring and the trace are okay, so we might be okay there. Need more flux here. Wherever here is, I have to look at the microscope. There we go. Blip. Yeah, look at all that crud. Yuck, 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 yuck. I don't think the corrosion is too picky of like how it starts. I mean, if I really wanted to neutralize rust and corrosion and stuff, I'd go all out. But I mean, this is just a personal board. Curious if I can get it working again. So we're just going to start with the basics. Just some isopropyl alcohol. Just some manual scraping and cleaning. And see what we can get done. And go from there. And those are still making a connection, so we're going to just leave those alone for now. Next step, we're going to put this chip back on. We're going to put some caps on here. We're going to tidy up a few other areas of the board. But then I'd say we're pretty close to testing the darn thing. Unless something else comes up, which it may. Let me zoom out a little bit here. That chip over there above where we are right now might have to come off. You want to see nice shiny pads here. Make it easier for us to put on those capacitors. And if you're ever doing this work and you need a recapping guide, go to recapamac.com. My good pal Bruce of Brankus Creations, who might still be in the chat, is the owner of that website. They have an excellent page, especially for the Mac IIcx. Some of these systems have, I believe the silk screen is a little bit incorrect as far as the capacitor placement on these two smaller ones here, 15 and 16. So always good to just double check things. You don't want to just make assumptions with this stuff. Oh yeah, look at all that crud there. Delicious. Hey, Colin, did not see you there. Hello, hello. Oh, what do we have here? What do we have here? I see that almost looks like a break, but I would guess it is not. Yeah, that's still connected. Might just be barely, but alright, so if we go to the aforementioned Brankus Creations website, we bring that up here. I had the tab open because I closed it because I'm an idiot. And I'll say it again, mentioned it earlier. Hey, Veronica explains, how's it going? Part of the wonderful Stop Bits band that was entertaining us on Saturday night at VCF Midwest. I surely hope there's some sort of recording, at least audio, that goes out from that. That was a blast. Everyone enjoyed it. That was the highlight of the evening. That was fantastic. All right, so we have two 10 microfarad 16 volts, 9 47 16s, one 220 16, and three 470 16s. Might have to not have to do the axials on here, but we'll certainly have to do the other ones. The electrolytics words, very bad words, but that was that. You know, they did a set of like 5 or so songs, and that was so enjoyable. There was an encore. People were throwing themselves at the stage. Security had to get involved. It was a blast. It was really great. I mean, I've been to some these event type things, and sometimes stuff like that is really corny and out of place. No, this was beautiful. It was enjoyable. You all are very talented. It did not seem like you had the limited rehearsing time you did. You did an amazing job. So kudos to Veronica, to Taylor, to Amy, to Sean. Fantastic time entertaining all of us. So that was really a lot of fun, and it was a perfect closing to a Saturday night of the first day of the show. Really it was. So looking forward to whatever you folks do next. Alright, so let's try and put this chip back on here. This is going to be a pain in the butt, I can already tell. It's not looking the best here, to be honest. Oh, that's right, we did have to do that one repair. We have to do that before we do anything. You silly Steven, you. Yeah, let's get some enameled wire. Let's burn off the end of that. Try and fix this here. Yes, the triangle solo. I saw that. That was great. iMovie HD. Don't make me whip out DVD Studio Pro and make you like a DVD single or something. Don't threaten me with a good time. I need more solder. I also should be using my tweezers, but let's see if this will work. First I have to find out where my fingers are. Let's zoom out here a little bit. Let's make sure that one's okay too. Yes, a DVD single. That was just so much fun. Everyone was having a great time. And the songs were hilarious. I mean, the little references and little things in them. Obviously, they were geeky songs, in the best way possible. So, again, can't recommend it enough. Even if that's your only ever album, it was great. And I can't get over the memorization of the lyrics and all that stuff. Like, I can't remember my name half the time. So, again, great show. Yeah, you know what? You stay there for a second. Let's just, like, get a big blob of solder on here if we can. Might not be able to. We're going to try. There we go. Ah, yeah, there's a lot of goop in that. Ugh. Well, that might be good enough. Let's see. Let's see. Trickiest part for me is burning the enameled wire off when you're already on the board. There's always the risk you're going to pull something or rip it out or do something stupid. But I think that's okay. I think that'll be fine. Not really too fussed about how it looks. Yeah, VCF East, heck yeah. Gotta do a world tour. Alright, so let's put some more flux on this mess here. I know it doesn't look pretty, but we're gonna just YOLO it here. And there's some crud there. I think that's just from the enamel wire. Let's put our little chip down here. I'm going to hope for the best. Yeah, those shows are always a blur in the best way possible. And this battery holder is right next to this chip. So it means getting a good grip on this thing is a bit of a pain in the butt. I just need to hold it enough to hold it straight to tack it down. Nope. Almost had it. Hopefully that's close enough. These legs are quite raised. Get the Chip and Jim membership. Nice, Anna. Yeah, this chip was literally lifted off the board when I got it. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to do it from this angle with the board like into my gut here. But let's just see here. I just have to flood it with solder and just hope for the best. I didn't say this would be a pretty repair. That might have done it. Let's see. Yeah, there might be a solder bridge. Might have erased the bridge. Let's do a little continuity test. Alright, well they all are making continuity, so that's good. Alright, yeah, I didn't want to bend those legs. They were so corroded before. I was kind of worried about doing that. Alright, so we have 447 microfarad capacitors. Let's bring those out here. Put those on the little desk. Oh, good night, Sean. Take care. Let's put some of these down. Oh, good night, Ryan. Sorry. I always see someone saying good night, and I'm like, wait, who's leaving? Who's leaving? You're gonna miss the exciting part of it blowing up. We're not blowing up. I mean, who knows? You got to get it working before Justin's streaming, or I'll get yelled at. Just try and tidy some of these up here. Excellent. Triangle. He was before. He was running around doing something. Hey, Ian, how's it go, man? Triangle solo. I need to buy a triangle. I couldn't even play that instrument. I know my limitations. Alright, we need some 10 microfarad 16 volts. I got 2 of those right here. Put those on the board. These ones you have to get very tiny caps, otherwise it's a nightmare to put on. So these aren't the smallest ones I have. I do have one size that's smaller that I use for things like the Mac Portable and so on. And for this, the positive polarity should be to the left. Yeah, these are going to be a bit tight, but we'll make them work because, oh no, that's going to be really tight. Look at the clearance on that. Now, they're already on the board, so let's just make it work. So what I usually do is like get one edge of it and then walk it back, and then I know it's still on there, and just walk it back a little bit until it reveals the other side. And just put some extra flux there just to make this job easier. So I know at least it's tacked down on the right. I could come back here and just put a huge glob of solder and pray that it takes. And that did. I mean, they're not perfect. They're a little crooked or whatever. I don't care. Looks good to me. Perfecto. Alright, let's take a look at the other caps on the board. There's about 4 or 5 more. And they didn't look too good in this area here. Thank you, Geekman. Take care. Yeah, this one, there's a lot of crud around here. What else is going on here? Yeah, and then there's a row of 3 of them over here. not really seeing too much trace damage. I'm gonna snip these off anyway, see if I can recreate some carnage. Not my preferred method to remove capacitors, but I'm kind of hoping, no, kind of, you know, if it would cause damage, then it's like, ooh, a challenge. But, you know, that happened with the board recently. Yep, there, that flew off. It was just a junk board. I was literally trying to mangle it, and it was just like, nope, I'm good. I didn't want to be harmed. It was a trooper. Again, usually use hot air on these. Would not suggest this method, especially for beginners. I mean, if it's your stuff, you do whatever you want with it. But I see a lot of people who can get a little bit aggressive in that method, and you can easily screw it up if you don't know what you're doing. Like me, I almost grabbed the soldering iron instead of the toothbrush. Let's get all that crap out of there. This was $10 whole, and the case is in phenomenally beautiful shape. Yeah, there's no screw that was holding that down, but it should be all right. The case is in beautiful shape. Didn't have a hard drive, but had the disk drive. The power supply says suspect on it. We will not be tackling that today. I do have a third-party power supply we can play around with and test this with instead. But this even came with the video card. So for $10, this was from Matt's Table, aka Wooden Gamer. He had a stack of these as seen in the thumbnail. There were quite a few of them there. And all of them were 2CIs, I think, except for this one, which was a 2CX. And I already have some 2CIs. I should have looked to see if any of them had any interesting cards or anything. But I said, you know what? I'm driving back. Let's take this opportunity. I will not likely have it anytime soon. Because that rental car was expensive. And I figured, yeah, sure. It's a small enough system we could shove it in the car somewhere. So very excited to try and get it to work. Ouch! Go get an ice pack, Ian. Ouch. You might need a new foot. This car wasn't that bad. It was a little SUV. I think, you know, sometimes it was like 20 miles per gallon. When it was all filled up, it was maybe like 25, 30. I mean, then again, we're going, what, 75, 80 on the highway? So, you know, there's that. Normally I clean these up. This is just for me, though. This is my board. I'm not really too concerned of this. These pads don't look too terrible. Yeah, so this was the 2CX. The reason why I got the 2CX, which I talked about at the beginning of the show, is it was the first Macintosh my family bought. It's a Macintosh 2CX. And I have the original one. It does boot up. Well, I think so. But there's no NuBus working. And these machines do not have a built-in video on the logic board. So you do need a NuBus video card. And so, without the NuBus working, it's one of those things where you can't really use the computer. And then I bought another one not too long ago, a few years ago. And it has ADB issues, which I have not resolved yet. So I could use the keyboard Or I could use the mouse, but I can't use both. Some weird thing going on there where it's bugging out. So it might be a bad chip or a bad connection or something. Yeah, there's some crusty solder there that's not really wanting to make a good connection at all times, but we'll throw some caps at this and see if it works any better. More sleigh bell. Oh boy. Here's hoping you don't need a new tow. Tows are expensive. Have you priced a tow recently? My goodness. In this economy, Ian? My goodness. Whee! It's like a 3D cap. Yeah, look at the crust under that one. Yeah, that leaked for sure. I didn't bring the bodily injuries up. That was Ian. He felt like oversharing. Crud, crud, crud. Lots of crud, lots of crud. See, I'm lazy. I was trying to repurpose some of that flux in that direction without taking the 2 seconds it would need to do that. That's laziness, folks. Don't be like me. Don't be lazy. It just causes you more time in the end. Ugh. Crud, crud, crud. Work, 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 work. Plastics. Let's do a little continuity test here. Yep. Oh, duh. That's not where it goes. Yeah, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright. I mean, they may not be perfect, but it might work. One more little capacitor over here. And thank you, Eric, for Eric's Edge of these little syringe tips for the whatchamacallit, the flux. I needed one once, and he sent over a whole bag. So thank you, Eric. It's very kindly of you. That was a bit silly. That should be fun. Give it a little nudge. I think we got the worst of it, except for this one more cap over here, which I almost forgot about before I mentioned it. We're going to snip this one off too, just for fun. You know what? No. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take this off manually and show you how stubborn these old crusty ones can be. Because I'm an idiot. Car, how about you come this way to VCF East? Yeah, that's the thing about the long travel distance. It's, first off, it's the cost, but also the time off from work is a big deal. I just burned through a few days, even just flying there and driving back. just heating that up here, heating this up here. It's usually my least favorite way to remove capacitors, because sometimes, you know, there's just so much crud here that's not really going to give you the wiggle room you want to remove it. And you could easily, especially if they're crusty like this, you could easily break something if you're not careful. Screw it. We'll just chop it off. I don't care. I'm too eager to see if this thing works. Just curious if it'll... No. We'll just melt it. Melty, melty, melty. Delicious fumes! Helps if the fume extractor is right there. I just made a mess of it. Welcome to today's episode where Steve gets a little nutty with the fumes and does stupid things. Yeah, this year was nuts. The hotel was a beautiful venue. For what, $20 more a night? You really got your money's worth. Not saying that the Clarion was a terrible motel, but they didn't even have really an elevator. So, you know, I lugged like 2 CRTs and a Lisa up to my room, and I'm like, ugh. So, you know, not ideal. But this hotel was nice. There was a lot of common areas. We did a whole VCF Midwest recap on the Retro Repair Roundup YouTube channel last night. Oh, look at that. And listed a lot of the nice changes from this venue. And the hall itself was huge as well. But I just really appreciated that with all the hangout spaces in the hotel, you could actually hang out with folks after hours without, you know, being all crammed together. There was ample space. And that was really nice. Alright, so one more cap here. And then we're just gonna try and get this out of there. There we go. Then we're gonna take a look at the board and see if we missed anything. That's a lot of flux. That's a good Rossmann of flux there. And we're not out of the woods with the system complete yet. I do want to see if it does anything. But the video card it came with is also a bit sad. And we'll take a look at that in a little bit. But let's finish up here. Yeah, I didn't eat at their restaurant due to my dietary restrictions, but I know a bunch of other folks did, and they didn't seem to complain. So, yes, there was a shuttle as well. I didn't take advantage of it, but always nice to have transportation options when you're out of town. Let's switch the view here for a moment. Hi. So I'm just taking a look at this board, seeing if I see anything that's even more terrible than the things I saw before. Just want to do some extra cleaning in this area. Hey Garth, how's it going? We're just cleaning up some of our work, and we'll see if this thing wants to spring to life in a few moments here. Perfect timing. So this was the $10 Mac IIcx board I picked up from Matt, aka Wooden Gamer. Picked up quite a number of awesome things from them over the years. And this was marked as a project, but the case was in such good shape, and it was the only IIcx there, and I'm like, you know what? I'd love to have a working IIcx. I have the IIci, it's a better system, blah, 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 blah. I'd love to have a working one. Yeah, I saw that, Ian. Your text of that up and running. It was exciting. So I have an 840AV right here. A green board one. This is from VCF Midwest 2022, Carl and Ted's booth. They gave this to me at a very fair price. And this was sitting with Dana for a year. Now, I recapped it. Doesn't look bad. But when I use the snooper board on this, because it won't do a chime, it's not getting 12 volts. So let's see if... we'll see about that. But... let's see if we could get any life out of this board. So I have an external power supply because the one that came with this was marked suspect. But I want to show you really quickly before we turn this thing on what we're looking at as far as the graphics card here. What is that? 10 microfarads, 16 volts, and 4716. So I do have the caps on hand, but this one is a little bit crusty. So this is the first I've really seen of these that have got this bad, but look at that. This cap has just corroded those pins there on this chip. It doesn't look too bad, but whenever you're dealing with stuff that close to a chip, it's always a little bit scary. That's a little crusty. Got some pitting there and some corrosion all throughout there. That trace is looks like it's pretty gone over here. But all right, no worries, guard. See you later. Well, the new bus port isn't getting 12 volts. I don't know if the system is getting 12 volts or not, but that's what, at least what I can tell with the snooper card. There's some rust here going on. So we're not going to be testing out this video card right now, at least right now. But let's see if we get any life out of this thing. Oh no, it's that system. Oh boy. We have a dusty speaker here. In fact, we'll leave that speaker alone. We have my test bench speaker here already. And we're gonna position things here and get all ourselves situated. Oh, Matt is great. I've never had issue buying from him. He's always super honest about what he's selling, and I mean for $10 he was even like, yeah, I'm not sure what works. And I'm like, Matt, it's $10. Here it is. I mean, at that point, it's like some people pay $10 just for like a cable. All right, so this is my external power supply. It should bypass most of the startup circuitry needs, actually, but I don't know if we'll get a chime or anything. And hopefully no sparks. There should be a song. Where's the power cable? There's the power cable. Might just plug this in. It might just do something. 3, 2, 1. Oh, well. Well, what does that tell us? It starts up, it chimes, then shuts right back off. I wonder if this power switch is a little bit... That's funny, the capacitors let it do that. No, this has an onboard ROM. And the jumper is installed. But it did chime, so that's an excellent sign. It is shutting itself right off. I don't know if it's shorting or if it's just doing something funky. Let me get a keyboard here. No, this model doesn't need the battery. It is bashful. All right, let's see. Well, I'm using an external power supply, Bruce. I don't know if that... Let's just try with the keyboard. That was weird. Like, it shuts off, then shuts back on. Like, this LED was solid, it chimed, it blinked, it stayed solid, and then it shut off. So let's take a closer look at this thing. Because the startup circuitry, I believe, is around this area. Is that correct, Bruce, or am I wrong? Ah, okay. Smart. Bruce smart, me dumb. But isn't the startup circuitry like this area here, where all the chips were sat? Yeah, it does seem like it's like, no, don't do that, it hurts. Could very well be one of these crusty things. Let's see. Sorry. Let's switch to the microscope view so you can see what I'm seeing. Alright, I mean, nothing is beautiful here, but it did seem like everything was making a decent enough connection. Let's take a look. Let's make sure we have our capacitors in the right way. Yes. Just take a cursory glance around the board. I mean, it is chiming, so that's a good sign, I suppose. None of these chips seem to have too much crud on them. Unless I installed that chip incorrectly, but I don't think I did. You know what's good about Bruce's website? His photos are such high resolution that you could even zoom in to see the orientation of the chips. And yeah, that's in the correct orientation. I mean, it might just need an ultrasonic clean. There is crud underneath this chip that might be shorting it. I could see some of that here. That very well could be it. So let's remove this chip. That was suspect anyway. Let's do that, shall we? Yes, we shall. Excellent. Excellent choice, madame. And let's do this one too. There's a lot of flux, Steven. You're just being dumb with the amount of flux you're using. You don't have a lot left, and you're just using it like you have a lot. So I think those are the worst two that happen because of just like the capacitors and relations and so on and whatever. So we're going to get a little bit closer to the camera because I'm not going to be able to use the microscope for this. And get our hot air station here. Not enough. Hey, if you buy my flux, you can tell me how much to use. Until then. Yeah, before I turn this sucker on, I do not want to be breathing this stuff in. Oop, turned it on by mistake. That was a crusty one. They're both crusty underneath. How about that? Alright, so let's take a look at what the heck this looks like under there. Yeah. Yeah, there's some greeny meanies under there. This one's not as bad, but look at that one. I wouldn't start up either if I looked like that. Ugh. I mean, I don't see anything that was making a bad connection, but you never know with this crud under here. I feel better cleaning it anyway, so let's do that. Ugh. Left side's looking okay. Not so much this side. That crusty solder like that could certainly cause intermittent connections, even if it looks innocent enough. This side's not nearly as bad. We're still going to want to clean it up, but not nearly as bad. Yeah, like a little via like this that's all dirty and crusty. Who knows if that's actually making its proper connection. So we'll have to come back and check all of these. I purposely did not go to the free pile a lot because at that point at the end of the show I had so much in my car already. Allison was giving me dirty looks, and rightfully so, and I did not want to tempt myself. Alright, let's get some of this crud off of here manually. Oh, yeah. Try and clean this up a little bit. But I am happy that it did chime. That shows that it wants to live. After everything this poor machine's been through, that's a good sign. Don't take her next time. I think the only reason I was allowed to get a rental car back is because she would be supervising what I would put in said vehicle. That being said, if she didn't come, there would be a whole seat left over for more crap. I could have paid $2,000 for an Apple Network server. It's a great use of time and money. Ugh. Oh, he's not streaming tonight. Alright. I thought he was. I guess he changed his mind. And no offense to Justin, but I was just going to keep going. I mean, I don't, unfortunately, have as much time as I used to stream these days, so when I can, I do. I try to be conscious and not step over anyone's toes, but also, I don't have as much time as I used to, so it's not a malicious thing, I assure you. Alright. It doesn't look too bad. I'm going to tone that out, see what's going on. Didn't want to compete with me cursing at this machine. I started hours ago, though. Almost 2 hours ago, so I would not be offended if somebody would start a stream after me or during me. That's just how the world works. Only so many hours in the day. I've done that too. I've watched like Bruce stream while I've watched other streams like side by side. Not the best experience, but you know, if one stream ending and you're like, oh, I don't want to miss any of this, I don't want to have to fast forward or anything. Alright, those look okay. Let's take a look at those chips here. They look a little crusty. Let's see if we can clean those up. And I've inadvertently swapped them again. I have a bad habit of doing that. I mean, they're the same chip. I might even have extras of these, too. It's one of those situations where Bruce will be like, oh yeah, this chip is for that. Or Kyle will be like, oh yeah, this chip is for that. I'm like, oh, okay. And the next time I do order, I order these chips and I forget where I put them. 110 people watching. My goodness, hello. I'm Steve from Mac84. I sometimes do cool video stuffs. Please subscribe to the channel. Feed my family. They need capacitors. But really appreciate it. If you please like the video and make sure you are subscribed. If you want to do the notification bell dealy, that'll hopefully maybe inform you when I go live. But you also have YouTube's notification system to battle with. Sometimes it'll notify you. Sometimes it don't. Burning wood. Delicious. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Very nice, Bruce. Hey, Mike, how's it going? A lot of mics here today. Yes, VCF Midwest withdrawal. It does look a little sad, but let's see if we could clean it up. Make it look a little bit less sad. The bottom of it's certainly disgusting. Oh, yeah. So all I could do is take the scalpel and try and make it as clean as possible. And just nudge it gently on the underside, because this is where a lot of the crud likes to accumulate. Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, if I didn't have the microscope for this work, boy, I'd be toast. So I go with the blade side up and just do a little bit. There, I had some solder on there, but there's just a little bit of crud there. Maybe it was solder, I don't know what it was, but it didn't look right. Honestly, it doesn't look too bad. Might be okay. Let's try the other one here. Of course, they could be bad or dead or something, and I would have no idea just by looking at them. We don't have that technology yet, folks. There are these specialized retailers like Mouser or DigiKey, if you know like the type of socket. I would generally avoid places like Amazon, where you get these packs of sockets that are all random. I mean, some of them are good quality, but usually the ones I buy are like blech. But if you go to Mouser or DigiKey, Veronica, most of the time, if sometimes they have better search tools than others, depending on what you're looking for. You should be able to find something. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, so the sockets, I'm not exactly sure. There's so many different names of them. Bruce and Colin in the chat will probably memorize them better than I can. But a lot of them will say like either the package name, or they'll say how many positions or the rows and stuff like that. So there is a method to the madness. And usually if it's something like a Commodore 64 or something very popular, people will note, oh, you know, this chip takes this type of a socket or this type of this. And that's generally what you'll find. But if you're working on something more obscure, you'll have to sort of decode that yourself. There's just a little bit of crud on some of these legs. That one's okay. But excellent question, because as we work on some of these systems, not all the parts are easily replaced. And like this chip here, like you look at this chip, there's 3 rows of information here. And I'm like, what does that mean to me? And some of them are date codes, manufacturing codes, and I realize we're looking at my gut the whole time. Hi. And it depends on the chip, but for this example, it's a 74525-8D. Like, that's like the name you would look up. So it's all a process. Everything's a little bit different. Yeah, those search tools are leave a bit to be desired in some cases. All right, let's go back to the board here. Let's clean up this area a little bit. Yeah, and the shipping from like Mouser and DigiKey is always like anywhere from $7 to $10. So, you know, I usually like wait until I have at least $10 worth of stuff or $20 worth of parts, or parts for like multiple systems. Then I know, okay, well, I'm not going to be ordering for a while. Like And that's just, it's me being frugal, but it's also like, I've done enough of these repairs where I know I'm going to have to order more parts. Oh, there goes that pad. Still attached. That's why I want to be careful. I was a little haphazard there. Maybe pressing a bit too hard. That's on me. But we'll pay special attention to that. It is still connected. Just test it with the multimeter there. Yeah, once that chip's down, that pad's not going to go anywhere, so that should be okay. That's a bit crusty. It's still all right. All right, so let's put a chip down and see if it wants to work any better. And so for these chips, especially if there's ones nearby, you can confirm you're putting them in the right orientation, but the stripe usually marks where you should put it, and then there's this little notch here, so I'm lining up the line with this little notch on the silk screen. And just lining that up. And get you a little bit of a better view here. Well, I'm glad. We have a bunch of smart people in the chat. Hopefully we can help you out. I'm just going to tack down one of the corners here. So that way if I screw up, I only have to undo one solder joint instead of a bunch. I'm just going to come back here and do the one in the corner there. Do the one in the corner there. And since being careful of that one, we'll just do one in the corner here. And I'm just going to do a drag solder for this. Well, kind of. There's not a lot of room for me to move here. I'm just going to nudge it. Little nudging action here. That's fine. Let's tilt this over. Now we have to be very careful about this one here, because we already damaged that pad. But I think that's okay, despite the bridge I made. We'll try and undo that. Sometimes you could just go back and forth like I just did there, and it erases the bridge. It's just, you know, it sort of evens out. I'm getting a weird burning-y, metal-y, more like a burning plastic smell. I'm not sure what the heck that is. We'll find out soon, won't we, kids? And I just lost the chip that was on the table, didn't I? Probably fell right off of the darn desk. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't lose it. That'd be a bummer. No, here it is. See, I actually put it somewhere smart for once and I forgot about it. Seconds Yes, Bruce makes a great point of the pitch of the spacing. Very important to know. Talking about snow? What are you talking about? You crazy kids with your weather. Does anybody smell burnt toast? That's put on beautifully. This is going too easy, so I'm sure this would not have solved the problem. That's just how this works. That was too easy to put that on. You only almost lost one pads. What are you talking about? Be fine. I don't know where I put the toothbrush. It's gonna give it a little scrub diddly ub. I guess not. There it is. On the floor. Where all the tools go. No idea how it got there that fast. I'm just going to scrub this general area. Who knows what the heck is going on or between some of these chips. They've seen some things. I mean, this board definitely deserves an ultrasonic clean. All that it's been through. Alright. Yeah, looking pretty good if I do say so myself. You just got the notification. Well, that's YouTube's fault. I always send out my notifications on time. If YouTube doesn't deliver them, well, that's not my fault. That's YouTube's fault. Watch him expertly pass the blame. Let's check on the power connector here also. Just make sure we don't have any cracked solder joints there. You never know. Doesn't hurt to look. And you might find a surprise. Would you look at that? Yeah, that's pretty cracked to me. Yeah, I'm thinking we should reflow those. Wouldn't it be funny if all along it was just a little bit of cracked solder joints in the power supply? Snowmobile. There you go. Sounds like fun. It helps when the soldering iron's turned on. Oh my goodness. Alright. Now let's try it again. Not anymore, Charlie. It was not cost effective. Sometimes repairs will take longer than a year or two. And you'd never know what the heck's going on with the thing. If it's a Mac Plus, odds are it's the analog board. And there are some great tutorials from my friend Bruce at Brankus Creations and a few other creators that should hopefully help you out. But there are some folks in the community that still do that. I just do not have the time to do it myself, really. It's fun while it lasted. Yes, one of the first things you should check is the power header. Now, since I saw all the nasty stuff elsewhere, you know, that was my focus. because I thought, oh, yeah, that's a thing. But yes, you always want to confirm what you actually are working with here. So let's try it again now. And the power header is one of those things, especially on machines of this vintage. Let's plug a speaker in here. Alright. Well, it chimed before, so I'm hoping it will again. Let's see. Hey, it stayed on this time. How about that? Fantastic. It freaking chimed. Awesome. I kind of don't want to tackle this video card right now because I'm lazy. But let's get a graphics card here. I have a few of them. Somewhere. I think. I mean, yeah. Hey, that was your fault, Ian. You brought it a sacrifice. It got hungry. Here's a Super Mac video card. That should work for us. Not bad for $10 and about, what, 2 hours of work? And about, I don't know, 10 years of soldering knowledge and a lot of cursing and luck. Oh, let me grab my video adapter. 1 second. Oh, look, there's one right behind me. $500 in labor, pretty much. Alright, I don't know what... Oh, look, there's a pinout on here. Apple 640 by 480 is 0110, okay? Well, on and off. So, what I hate about these dip switches, it says like on and off, which is great. It doesn't tell you like what position is on and what position is off. I guess it says, no, I mean this one says on dip, but some of these could be a little bit more clear. Whatever. Alright, so 0 is on, so it should be the opposite of this. On. Alright. So let's try that. We have this VGA cable, which I think goes where? That goes to the video scaler, which is not plugged in at the moment. But we have this video cable, which is under all the crap on the desk. And that I could just plug into this LCD here. You're a dip switch, you numlock. Hey, that's Steve's Mac Hoarding Basement and Shed. Thank you very much. Alright. Get a power cable here for the monitor. Let's turn the monitor on. Let's sit back down in the chair. And you won't be able to see the screen unless I turn the camera, which means I have to loosen the thingamajig. You've seen my basement evolve. I do give away things too. Oh, look at that. I can just loosen that. Yeah, I was at VCF Midwest. I couldn't fit things in my car. I said, here, take this. And people were gullible enough. And people accepted my gifts. Okay, I think Ron bought an LC video card. Maybe some of these fine folks can figure out how to make it do the things. All right, let's hope we get some video, huh? I'm hopeful. I'd love a working Mac IIcx, man. Gotta lean down. All right, let's try this again. So it chimed. Hey, we got a video. Got a picture of the Super Mac video card. Got the cursor. Cursor moves. ADB working. Woohoo! And I got to go upstairs and grab my blue scuzzy because I brought them for the trip. So that's good news. Let's wait to see if we get that question mark. I hope so. There we go. Got the little floppy disk icon with the question mark. Fantastic. Power button seems to work. I'm going to run upstairs, grab my blue scuzzy. I'll be back in a few minutes. Going to also grab a drink for water. So I'm going to put on the Be Right Back dance party thingamajig. And I will be right back. I'm back. Got my blue scuzzy V2. I'm just going to plug that in. The disk image on here might not be suited perfectly for this system, but we'll give it a go. So let's turn it on again and see if the scuzzy works. You bring the board and I'll bring the ultrasonic cleaning fluid. Let's turn the monitor a bit. I'm curious how much RAM is in this thing. You got it, Joe. Welcome to Macintosh. Hey, hey. This might be a monochrome card. Oh, no, it's a color card. I forgot. Doy. Yeah, it's, I think doing the 32-bit enabler dealy. Because that's how I had this configured. This is the scuzzy, the scuzzy disk image that I was using for my cursed color Macintosh SE30 that I brought to VCF Midwest. So this disk image might not be bootable on the system. I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll see if it does it this time. If not, just put a different... Yeah, let's Let's just swap them out. Yeah, I don't think it will, Joe, but we will see. Boy. So let's put this little SD card in here. I mean, that's another thing at the show. People had 2 gig SD cards for $1. You might think, 2 gig SD cards. That's so freaking small, but perfect for these systems. I should have grabbed like 20 of them, to be honest. All right, so let's put that there, and then go to my stash of blue scuzzy images here. Yeah, that Electrolux place. I bought 2 of them. I should have bought more. That's a bad thing about like looking at the pictures and stuff from the show, and it's like, I should have bought all the things. I know. I just stumbled upon them. All right, so that's a 2VX. Oh, you know what? I have my 2CX system from when I was a kid. The disk image of it. Let's try and boot that. If I could find it. Yeah, I know. They were like, oh, we got a truckload of them at home too. I'm not sure if I could contact them directly. I think it was I had this picture of it somewhere. Maybe if I find it, I'll tweet about it, because I do want to get more of those. Let's see. It was like Electro something. I don't know. Brain bad. All right, so let's open up my folder here instead of yakking around here. System 7. Yeah, but I'm not. This doesn't need an enabler, right? I don't think so. Here, let's just use this one. That should work. Let's see. This is for the Mac Plus, but I think that version of System 6 should be okay. We'll try it out. All right. Plug it in. Turn the system on. I need to go there one of these days. Colin has been kind enough to be my personal shopping assistant online and grab some things for me. But were they at VCF Midwest this year? I probably totally missed them too. I was so at my booth the whole time. I mean, it's a good problem to have, but it's also like, you know. Oh, wrong way. Ooh. Okay, not happy. Why are you not happy? At least the reset button works. It's not happy still. Let me make a fresh disk image, I guess. I'm just using random ones from a folder because I'm an idiot. Oh, you know what? They're on my network storage thing. Ah, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, so let's just open my little networking thing here. Sorry, folks. It's always like the last, the last mile. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Blue scuzzy disks here. Where is the one for the 2CX? Oh, that's right. Can't search on my NAS because, you know, reasons. Let me just go grab it upstairs. I'll be right back again. Sorry for the dance party. Be right back. this time. Alright, so here we have the disk image here. And we're just going to copy this one. No, oops, wrong folder. Yeah, it'll help if I actually organize my crap. Yeah, that'll be the day. Okay, it's copying over. 10 seconds left. I just want to see how much memory's on this thing. There we go. All right. Sorry, folks, that took so long. Let's eject it. Put it on our blue scuzzy external version 2, which were available at VCF Midwest. Joe was selling them right next to me. Turn it on, which was very tempting, because I knew I had ones to build at home, but I could just buy them there. Hey, nice, Joe. That's fantastic. I certainly tried to help you out. I tried to convince a few folks. There we go. Got a happy Mac. Oh. Shut up, conflict catcher. Just, who cares? Just go. This is the original hard drive from our Macintosh IIcx. And that brings back memories. Alright, let's set some colors here, huh? There we go. Beautiful. Now you can tell it's a color system. Alright, let's see how much memory is here. I'm hoping at least 10 megs. 20 megabytes! Heck yeah, dude! That's awesome! 20 megs. System 701. Sound cannot be used on this Macintosh. Okay. Got After Dark. No, you already stole one from me. Little screensavers here. I think they're supposed to make noise. Yeah, now they're barking. These are always cool. They're very well animated. Very cool. All right. I should run a snooper on this. I'll have to do that. But I'm glad that it was either reflowing those chips or reflowing the power connector seemed to have helped. So that was great. Because otherwise this system was working perfectly now, it seems at least. But 20 whole megabytes of memory, which is fantastic. That's a pretty good amount of memory for a system like this. And let's see if we could take a look at that video card. I'm curious. So I'm going to shut this down. Unplug this. The bark made Murph jump. I'm sorry, Murph. Dana has a new little kitty named Murph, who is adorable, by the way. Another Mac saved. Exactly. And the power supply might need some work too, but that's something I won't be tackling tonight. I'm not that crazy. Let's move this board off of the desk here. Hello again. You just missed it, Aaron. We got this Mac IIcx working. This is a $10 Macintosh IIcx with the case, the floppy drive, and everything. We got this working. Just need a lot of careful soldering and rework and recapping. And it's working just like new. So we're going to put this to the side and focus on the video card that came with it, which is also in pretty sad shape. Not this card. Where'd the other card go? Where did I put said video card? Here it is. This guy. I'm sorry, Francois. I have to stream one day when you're not, like, being killed with the time zone here. And this is the most concerning part of this here. I will switch over so you folks can see. Yeah. That crust is concerning. Yeah, any of the see you, Carl. Any of the like the Centra 650, the 2VX, the 2CI, like any of those types of power supplies should work in the same connector. Ooh, we got a bug. Look at this. Sorry, guy. Ugh. Where'd you come from? Can't have any bugs on our systems. No siree. Is that just going to scrape off? At least it wasn't a spider. I don't know. I hope it wasn't a termite. If it was, I got bigger problems. Yeah, I bought this $10 Mac IIcx. Only came with a termite. Demonetized for violence. The mean old vegan on the stream killed a bug. I'm calling the police. Ugh. Lots of crud. I hate to jinx myself, but it doesn't look to be too bad now that I got that crust out of there. Still want to recap this thing because, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of suspicious stuff going on. This board, the IIcx I got at VCF Midwest, it was just marked as a project system. It had a bunch of goo from capacitors. Thankfully, the battery was okay. But this was the graphics card that was inside, and it looks like it. Maybe it was stored in a moist place or something, but not ideal. But at least so far, doesn't look too terrible. We're going to recap it. There's only a few caps on here. Got 347 microfarad and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 10 microfarad 16 volts. Yeah, no mouse poop, please. I mean, I'll leave bugs alone, if I can. I don't get any joy out of squishing them. But you know, if it's one of those creepy house centipedes, I usually leave them alone because they're supposedly good and they eat all the bad bugs. But sometimes it's like if I see like one of those silverfish or something, I'm like, ugh. Or it's just like a cricket. Like, come on, get out of the house. Like, get out of here. Those guys jump so high. My goodness. A lot of crust here. Yeah, I try and... Yeah, I know there's a bigger ecosystem here than just me, so try and leave them alone. You love house centipedes, Ian? Come over here. When we first were touring the house before we buy it, I saw one dead under the kitchen sink, under the bathroom sink. I'm like, what the heck is that? I hope we don't see any more of those. Spoiler alert. He saw a lot of them. It's always fun when they're on the ceiling and you're like, what the hell is that? Why am I doing this? Just rip all the caps off. Let's make sure we know the values of these caps first. And to do that, I'll draw a crude little recapping guide. Yeah, I don't think we have any venomous millipedes in this state, thankfully. That had flux all over it. Alright, so we got our little card here. Excuse the crudity of this model. It is not to scale. Alright, so we have a big old fat chip over here. We have one cap there. We have one cap there. And then here's the video connector here. We have these two little crystal boxes. We have one cap here, one there, and then three big old ones. And then the other cap is right over here. And let's just confirm the polarity of these. That's positive on that side, positive on that side. And the same with these two. And the same with these as well. And it looks like they're all the same. So these are 47 microfarad, 16 volts. And all of these are 10 microfarad, 16 volts. This is a high resolution video card. How about that? Yes, our latest podcast, up to episode, what is it, 9 already? You can do like a 10th anniversary special or something. The 10th video, I don't know. Yeah, do a video, I don't know. Maybe that's too much work. Does Apple know any other values? So yeah, I mean, the long and short of the microscope is I bought it to do recapping work, and it's a pretty hefty one. It's with the camera, with the scope, with the special lens and everything. It was all in all like $700, and eventually I paid that back by doing rework. But now there are some digital ones that aren't too bad as an option. I think I'll always prefer an optical one, but if you, obviously that's quite a pricey purchase, and if you don't have you know, the means to pay that back with, you know, using it, maybe one of the cheapo digital ones will be the way to go. All right, let's just snip these off, because I'm curious of how bad they are. Oh yeah, look at all that crust. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry. I'm going on a snip fest today, just cutting all the caps off. Yeah, look at all that. Ugh. Disgusting. Yeah, I mean, when I used to have the little digital camera, granted mine was a digital microscope. It was a piece of crap. 640 by 480. Well, that cap just came right off. It was fine. It was okay for trying to see things a little bit closer, but oh yeah, look at all that cap juice just pouring out of this. That's why I'm not using hot air. Cause, oh god, it's disgusting. It helped. Oh yeah, it's a squishy one. It helped, but it did not help in all situations. Oh yeah, juicy. It smells delicious. That's stupid. I'll just use the clippers. Yeah, this is why you always want to recap stuff before you just turn it on. Because I've seen machines where you turn it on, the caps look okay, and they just start leaking immediately. And just like, yeah, look at all that electrolyte under those caps. Let's get a better look. Look at that's all cap juice there. Yum, 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 delicious. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads. This one's all corroded too. Yay! Ugh. I think this is worse than the logic board was. Now I have much more room to clean. I use tantalum caps for all of my repairs. I know in some situations with power supplies and junk like that, again, I'm not an electrical engineer or anything, you may not want to use tantalums. And also, they don't make all the sizes and specs of all caps and all sizes and shapes and all that junk. So, in most cases, for the types of work I do on the types of systems I do, don't really do a lot of power supplies or analog boards. Tantalum capacitors are what I prefer. However, I know everybody has their own opinions and their own needs, and tantalums can be a bit more expensive. But I buy them in such bulk that it doesn't make too much of a difference. Some people prefer polymer capacitors, again, but they don't make all capacitors in all shapes and sizes and values and stuff. So, I mean, it's worth it to me if I get this system working. That'll be cool. I already got the logic board working, so if the video card doesn't work, it's like, oh well. But pretty excited. It's settling in now that I have a working Macintosh IIcx. At least it's working better than the other ones I've had, where we had no ADB video. I'm sorry, no NuBus video and a bad ADB connection, where it would only work with one device, so you can have a keyboard and a mouse. So I'm pretty excited. I'll have to tell Matt about this, because I bought it sight unseen. I did not look in the logic board because, to be honest, we had a conversation. He said, "Yeah, I don't think it's battery bombed," and that was good enough for me. So he's pretty trustworthy with his stuff. And the case was just, it's in beautiful shape. I'll show it again in a minute. But, yeah. Power supply will be a whole other thing. But even if just the logic board is fine, I'll get like one of those Pico power supplies or whatever. Oh, it's a stinky cap. Ugh. Hope everyone's having a good day, evening. Kind of trying to get back into the groove of things after VCF Midwest. A lot of projects I put off for after VCF Midwest. I have some repairs I got to finish up for folks. I got to mail some things back to people. I'll be all doing that in due time. Let's see, where's the other one? Here it is. To clean up that area a bit carefully. Ugh, these smell terrible. Yuck. No, we didn't get the bunny yet. Maybe next week or so? We will see. Soon, very soon. We do have to set up the living room again for the little bun. Because it is not bunny proof yet. It was. But not right now. So we'll have to bunny proof it. There's a lot of caps on this dang board. I keep forgetting. That one's gonna be bad if I just ripped it. So. Oh, it's so crusty. It does not even want to. There we go. Yeah, we're getting a little bunny, new to us. He was wandering the streets, and some kind Samaritan said, "Hey, that's not a wild rabbit. That's a domestic rabbit." And they picked him up and they brought him home. And they thought, "Oh yeah, we could keep the bunny," but they're having a kid, and realized, as very responsible adults, like, "Hey, look, we're not going to be able to give this thing all the time and attention it deserves. We have other pets and so on." And so they found him a few months ago. And I remember seeing pictures of the little guy. Actually, no, I didn't see any pictures of him. I don't think so. And just recently, they reached out to us again and said, "Hey, do you know anybody who could take this little guy? Our situation has changed." And all the rabbit rescues are absolutely full because people are stupid. And they buy rabbits for their kids for Easter. And then their hormones start. And the pet stores don't tell anybody anything because they don't care. They got your money. And then the rabbit starts spraying and doing all its things everywhere. They look a potentially bad trace. And people just release them into the wild because they're idiots. It's a domestic rabbit. Has no mechanism for fighting back except running the hell away, which they do pretty good. But it's not like a cat where it has claws, you know. And so they usually perish within 24 hours, sadly, you know. Hawks, foxes, you know, all sorts of things. That's pretty nasty there. There we go. So we are happy to participate in rescuing this little guy. He's had a bit of a difficult life. He's with a lovely family right now, but he will be spoiled rotten. And the missus, it's time for her to pick the pet, and she picked the pet. And we think his name will be Frodo. He looks more like a Gandalf to me, but we'll see if the name sticks. It's Allison's decision. It's the first male bunny we've had in a long time. We had a rabbit named Henry. For only a few months, he got very sick very quickly. But he was just an outdoor rabbit. I think it was a leftover from a breeder, so who knows what the heck his story was. But he had some sort of liver issue. And he just wasn't doing well one day. And that was 2018. That was so long ago. But ever since then, we had female rabbits. So I would walk into the basement and I'd go, "Good morning, ladies!" And all the bunnies would get all excited. And they were all ladies, so... And before that, I would say, "Good morning, ladies," and Henry, because Henry was the name of the male bunny. He was a very sweet little guy. He was a beautiful rabbit. He was a Harlequin rabbit, so it had like a half face was one color, half face was sort of a different pattern, and he was all brown. It was, you know, I was sort of, I wouldn't say afraid of him, but he he had a very different personality than what I was used to. So it wasn't one of these things where I would like go up and cuddle him. He was in his pen. He sort of just wanted to be left alone. But I don't know really what his relationship was like with his previous owners. So it's one of those things like difficult to tell their personality. But when he was sick, he let me come up to him and pet him, and poor little thing. But anyway, it would be nice to have the pitter patter of little paws in the house again. We lost Gus in March, so it's been quite a while, and that was our first time without a pet since we moved in together, which was quite a while ago. So we had a very long run with a lot of pets. That's a very crusty Via there, and we just thought maybe it was good for a break for a little bit. But rabbits can live usually a decade or so. Bonnie was our first rabbit. She lived to be we don't know her exact age, but we think she was either 13 or 14. That's a hell of a good run for a rabbit. And yeah, so and Gus lived to be just over 11. Olivia lived to be just over, she was just about 10. So, we've had very good luck with them, really. It's always sucked to lose them, obviously, but that's the problem. They don't live as long as we do. So that's always the painful part, no matter what pet you own. That's unfortunately part of that responsibility. And I know it's always difficult. But, you do the best you can, and you give them the best care you can. And you hope for the best. Oh, that's a smelly capacitor. Okay, let's see. What else looks crusty here? Yeah, I mean, there was like a nasty trace there. Yeah, we'll test all that in a second. Mostly concerned about this now. Let's try and clean some of this up. Might be a bad idea. We're gonna do it anyway. Yeah, we have one of those with all their little pine boxes and stuff. Doesn't make it easier, but I think there's just so much crud here that's not, whoopsie doodle. The soldering iron fell out onto the table. There we go. Let's get all of that crud away, please. I know we're scraping away more than we want, but oh, that was a nasty one. Hopefully we could clean that all up. I'm running out of these little cotton buds. I thought I had a bunch of them here. I guess not. Oh my goodness, it's just about 10 o'clock. We've been going for much longer than I thought we were. Sorry, folks. Sorry, Francois. You're always catching me late. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, all the little paw prints and the little things of fur and such. Oh boy. Oh, let's try and focus on the happier times. Don't want to get too heavy here. Yay, a solder bridge. My favorite. Especially on a chip like this. Alright, let's get a better look at this thing. It's hard to tell if I'm doing good or doing bad. That's a lot of crap for you. Ugh. Ugh. I only have like a handful of these that are really bad. But they're really bad. At least they're still copper. There. Wonder if those are even going anywhere. They might. Any of these loose? That's another thing. Sometimes they get loose. They're a pain in the butt to get fixed again. No, they're all okay, seemingly. Let's try and clean it up a little bit. Good night, Trina. Surprised you lasted this long. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. Compared to what we were dealing with before. This is one of my favorite songs. Scrapey scrapey, pokey poke. Hurdy 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 hurdy. Wow, that one's pretty bad, man. Look at that, Bruce. Look at that. Barely any copper there. I don't even know if that's connected to anything. I mean, I don't know how many layers this board is, but let's get some of this crud out of here. Yeah, I mean, this thing will need a ultrasonic clean. There's just so much crud there. Ugh. Yeah, a capacitor goop is nothing fun. I can assure you. Let's see if we could attach any solder here. I'm doubtful we will be able to, just because of how much damage there is there. But you never know. That's right, Joe found a great part there at VCF Midwest of a new old stock classic analog board. Yeah, it looks like that pad's gone. Hopefully we don't need it. I need more flux there, although I'm making interesting patterns. Now, new old stock doesn't mean it's working fully. The caps need to be redone. But still a fantastic find, because Joe needed one, I believe, for a client. So, perfecto. I offered to send Joe a very questionable one, but he's like, I don't want more non-broken crap. I got enough of that from you. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. I think that might be okay. Let's take a look. Joe's gonna recap it for sure. Yay! So I'm just giving each one of these legs a little bit of a nudge, not fiercely, because I don't want to damage the stupid board. But it's so difficult to get these legs sometimes down correctly, especially when there's all this dirt and grime. So I'm just giving it a nudge to make sure everything is okay, and it seems to be, which is good. So we're going to give it a gentle scrub. All we lost was that one connection there, which I don't know if it actually went anywhere. So we'll find out soon enough, I suppose, because we only have a few caps to slap on this, and we're ready to go. Now, I might actually opt for the smaller caps, because this is a very small board. And that's not them. Oh, boy. This is the high-resolution display video card. We had quite a lot of crust on one of the caps that affected one of the chips. Now, the 2CX board boots up fine. Chimes and everything. So we got that working now. We reflowed the power connector on that and some of those chips there. And it's working beautifully. Until I run Snooper, then maybe it won't. But for now, it's running beautifully. Here we go. 1610s. These are the small variety. I'll switch over the camera real quick. These are the ones I use. That's the Mauser part number. These are the teeny tiny ones. Very, very useful. Alright, so how many do we have on here? I did not even do a count because I'm dumb. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I didn't even put all of them down here because I'm dumb. So there's a big chip over here. Little guy over there. That's a plus. 1, 2. And then 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So we got a total of 9 capacitors on here. 3 of them are the 4716s. The rest are the 1016s. So we will need 6 of these, which is quite a lot actually. To reorder more of these little teeny tiny guys. Yeah, I think you came in just as we were getting that to work, but no worries. We're going to pull it out in a bit. I'll try and get everything working here. Yeah, let's, there was a few areas here where the traces just were right next to the caps and they did not look happy. So let's just make sure that everything seems to be making a connection before we put some caps down. That's a little nasty, but that should clean up okay. I don't even have the YouTube window open because I'm so invested in this. How many people we got watching there? We had like 100 and something before. That was pretty crazy. Don't usually get those kinds of numbers, so that was nice. Turn the multimeter back on. Don't forget to smash the like button that tells YouTube, hey, this content isn't terrible. Just making sure all the connections still go to a thing. And that goes down there. 90, not bad. Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you. I'm just poking at things, making them go beep. Hoping they go beep. Thank you. I mean, this is mine. It's still crusty, but it is mine, so if I do have to pretty things up later, I have the ability to do so. But I want to be extra careful when we're working on these caps because I don't want to have to have a situation where we have to come back and remove them or anything. Now let's make sure that these are actually connected, huh? At least the ones in this area. Alright, that should be okay. And then I think there's just... where's that other guy? There he is. It's a little bit crusty, but still making a connection there, it seems. Got some crud hiding under there. Get out of there. I might as well just scrape it all the way. Who the hell cares? Old plastic from something. Old caps. Alright, and we did that one already, did we? Yeah, this was the yucky area. All right. Well, it doesn't look the best in some areas, but I think it might work. We'll see, huh? Give the old college try. And your 6100 DOS shenanigans. What? You crazy. You crazy, man. We took the slowest Power Mac and made it the slowest PC. Well, to be fair, it was their first Power Mac, so of course by comparison it would be slow. Alright, well, let's give it a go, shall we? So we have two little caps that go here. It's always fun when the solder pads are so crusty. That should be fine. Well, I hope so, that random guy. We try to be. I mean, I'm chill-ish. And if you're not chill, then I don't want to deal with you. That's my philosophy. You're stressing me out? No thanks. Bye. We have a little community on tinkerdifferent.com. A lot of us hang out there. So that's a web forum that I was one of the co-founders of. A lot of information there for various retro machines, repair guides, and discussions and pro tips and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, you might want to consider heading over to the forum. It's kind of a fun place to hang out and post updates about projects you're working on or questions you may have and so on. Right, here we go. That one looks a little bit bleh, but whatever. Oh my god, it's Mr. Tinker Different himself! Quite proud of that website, actually, because I won both the name and the logo contests when we were forming it. I came up with the name and came up with the little logo that was there. There were some great submissions, but I was, it was actually like one of those silly things you hear about in a movie of like, and it just came to me. It did. I was literally driving to the grocery store. And I was thinking, I'm like, God, there has to be a good name for this. And I just thought, out of the blue sky, I just thought Tinker Different. As I was driving my car, I'm like, hey, that's a good name. And others agreed, and that's what we called it. You might think that's a stupid name, and you're welcome to your opinion. But I like it. Alright, I keep confusing where this little cap goes. I keep losing it. There it is. It's talking for me. My logo was better. Let's not start those arguments again. If I recall your logo, I think I did like a few of them. A lot of them were very creative. Obviously, I'm quite partial to my own because I made it, but it wasn't like a landslide. We had a lot of creative names, a lot of creative logos. Gosh, that was what, 2021? That one settled quite nicely. We have one more of these, and then we have 3 4716s. Just put a little bit of this down. Yes, Bruce. Fun in quotes. Why did I block out some of those memories? Oh, yeah. But it's turned into quite a great little community that we have there. Quite the resource, too. There's a lot of helpful links there. I have to post more. I really need to. I have some updates to projects that I made posts on and I haven't updated anybody about them. And every once in a while I'll come across them like, oh, that's my project. I should really tell everybody what's going on with it. So we need 3 of these. Boop, boop, boop. And I think if we get this video card working, I think that'll be the end of the stream here. I've been going for a while. Get that solder ball out of there. Now, I'm going to be careful when I place that capacitor there, because there is that trace that runs there. So I don't want to, I'm too lazy to put any solder mask on it. So I'm just going to be sure I'm going to place the capacitor, because, you know, the pads are underneath here. That is just far enough away there that there's no risk of it touching. So it's not going to be perfect. My OCD meter is going to go off, but I'm also lazy. We can fix him. Just don't want to spend a lot of money. No 8-hour streams. Oh God, that was many jobs ago and a lot of free time ago. That old job, as long as I got my work done, nobody bothered me. There was a manager thing where that was going on, where like I was sort of in no man's land for a while. Oh, that was great. Got my work done. Nobody questioned me. It was a role that was created specifically for me, so nobody was really like, well, you're doing this wrong. My boss was happy, then nobody cared. It was great. The pay wasn't great, but, you know, at the time, it was alright. It led to bigger and better things. But that was one of those jobs where it didn't matter, you know, when I woke up. You know, I had a task I had to do certain days, and the rest of the days it was pretty easy going. So I could, you know, if I did a long stream, I didn't have to be up at like a certain time or anything like that. But nope, I screwed that up, didn't I? Come on. There we go. Gosh, I don't know what so much energy back then. That was only a few years ago. I'm so old. All right, I think that is good enough. We got a visual look here. Make sure we didn't miss any other disgusting thingamajigs here. I mean, there's some rust on this plate, but that's not really affecting anything else. And I just said that, and I'm looking at all the green that is on this plastic. Thankfully, I think it's only on the plastic. All the pins look okay. I don't know what the heck happened here. Oh, that's weird. It's like there's corrosion on the plastic. That's so strange. Anyway, let's see if this wants to work. Let's clear off some of the garbage from the desk here. We don't need little capacitor legs shorten things out. Here's our logic board. Could use a bit of more cleaning, but for now, it works. Let's move that. Let's turn that off here. Yeah, consider myself pretty lucky with this. Could have been a lot worse. Oi! All right. So this is a high-resolution display video card. Got our keyboard in there as well. And before we do this, I'm going to put a copy of Snooper onto this. Just take me a second. Actually, you know what? Let's do a fresh install. Why the heck not? This deserves it, right? It'll only take me a second in the emulator, and I can share the window with you. I got a 500 megabyte hard drive. I'll be plenty. You don't have permission to save the file to the folder, Steven. Why don't I? It's my damn computer. Oh, where can I save it to? Okay. Lousy Mac OS. Get info. Read write. Me! Everyone, read only. I'll just change that to read write. Let's see if that'll work. Nope. Still has an issue. What the hell, man? Let's see. Do I have another image I could just use and erase? That's probably what I'll do. Yeah, there we go. Let's just do that. Here. That's System 7 already. That might just work. Here I am just mumbling to myself. It's copy. Bye, Joe! Good night! Thank you, Joe! Yeah, that was pretty nasty. It was pretty nasty. Alright, so let's get our window here so you can see what I see. You can see what I see. Ugh. I have to wait for the window to come up here before I can select it. Let's remove that. Let's click add. Wait for this slow USB bus. Come on. Okay. Let's turn that on. Now we can select the thingamajig. Or not. Yeah, come on, OBS. You can do something good for once, please. What the hell? There we go. Finally. Whoops. It'd help if I push the button there. Yay! I don't know why it's cut off. I guess I'm lazy. Sorry. Alright, so let's name this Mac IIcx. Initialize it. Continue. We have our legacy recovery tool. Let's put in 7.1, huh? It's a good old number for this thing. Mac 2 series, 2CX, 7.1. Do the net install here. Click OK. Switch the disk. There we go. Click install. Whee! There goes the install. Quit. And let's see. We don't need the update or anything like that. Oh, and it froze. That's what happens. This emulator's been just like freezing randomly after like system installs. I don't know why. It's been having that issue. It weird. Yeah. Alright, so let's put Snooper on here. No items were found. Because I'm searching the wrong thingamajig. I guess I only have it as a disk image. Alright. And we'll copy you there. I'll just copy a bunch of stuff here. And that's should be good enough for now. Let's eject it. Oh, my neck is starting to hurt. That means it's time to wrap up the stream soon. Here I am assuming, though, because who knows if this video card will even work. Maybe it will explode. Let's hope not. Alright, let's switch over the thing over here. Switch over the camera back to me. Hi. Let's untangle the mouse here from our keyboard. Everything is precariously placed on the edge here. Oh. Let's stand up. 68K Mac emulator? I don't know. Mini VMac, Sheep Shaver, and well, Sheep Shaver's PowerPC. They all have their pluses and minuses. Basilisk 2 for the most part works okay, and then all of a sudden it just won't, you know? Mini VMac works fine in System 6, and I don't know. They all have their quirks. Alright, let's see if anything goes wrong with this video card. 3, 2, 1. Hey, we got video. It's not pretty video, but it's kind of like, I don't know what to make of it. Video. Oh yeah, QEMU is good. It's a lot of configuration though. Yeah, this does not want to auto configure. That's okay. We don't need to look too pretty. This again. Oh, it's booting from the wrong thingamajig. Alright, let's see if we could finagle this now. Oh, come on, you were so close. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, that's close enough for now. Alright. Let's, where's the thingamajig? Here we go. I just want to start up to the other one to make sure that it actually works. Although we have our original Battle Chess files from when I was a child. I think. I don't know. Where's the startup disk? Control panel. Math Rabbit. Reader Rabbit. Look at that. These, I archived them because they weren't previously archived. These versions specifically. Classic stuff, man. At least for me, it's classic. Set to that one, and we'll restart. I didn't plug the damn speaker in. I guess I could just plug it in now. Let's see if it booted to the one I wanted to boot from. Yay! Okay. Control panels, monitors. Get some colors here. There we go. Glorious color. And let's go to general controls to get a nice colorful desktop here. And the color's kind of off on this monitor just because of the adapter, I'm sure. But all right, let's run this Snooper Diagnostics tool. It should fail just the printer and modem port because I don't have that stuff configured with the little loopback connectors here. But we should be able to do our logic tests to see if everything else is working. The original Mac 84. The Mac 2CX is working. We're about to test everything here. Let's uncheck the modem port because we know that will fail because we don't have those dongles plugged in. But let's start this and see what happens. So it's going to test the memory here. While that does that, we got to look at the board here. We fixed the video card. We fixed the logic board. We're using an aftermarket power supply, so we didn't touch the power supply yet. But so far, so good. Fingers crossed. We're running our snooper test right now. This is a software test suite that does a bunch of hardware tests. Oh, Petar, hey, how's it going? Reminds me, I need to buy a Jawbone Big on eBay soon. I have two mini that I use on the 2GS, and they make it sound amazing in a tiny package. That's good to know. I'll have to look those up. Hope you're doing well. I am, Dave. That's what scares me. I have a sick Quadra to my left. I'm not touching that this stream. Ruined my batting average. All right, all the memory tested perfectly. Excellent. So now it's just doing a PRAM test. Hey, Jeff, how's it going? Oh, no worries. Yep, you have a very good excuse there. But yeah, this 2CX cost me all of $10. And we got it up and running. I'm so excited. I haven't had a working 2CX since the 90s. And it's good to have a base model that works now. 20 megs of RAM, too. Ain't no slouch. Because when I did that video with my dad showing us our original hard drive, I actually used a Mac 2CI, which was the faster system. We could only afford the 2CX. The 2CI had onboard video and it was overall faster. But I still have a soft spot for the 2CX. Hopefully I get mine original one up and going one of these days. But if not, at least this is a fair similar thing. Same system. Nice. Yeah, I mean the 2CI for its time, wicked fast Mac. Well, there we go. We tested perfectly. Nothing failed. That's fantastic. I think there are some sound tests too. Well, the right channel doesn't play because I think it's a mono speaker, so I don't think it'll play out of both, but I can test the headphone jack later. Let's just hear some eeps. I don't know if it takes 16 meg ones. I think it does. I have some for my SE30 we could test. Perfecto. Oh man, I'm excited. And it shuts down gracefully. That's amazing. Yeah, I think the max is 128. So I think it's like the it's similar to the SE30. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm gonna put this thing back in the case without the original power supply. That's something we'll have to work on another day. But it deserves to go back in there. Only some dust bunnies in there, but look at this. I mean, it has some smudges on the front, but overall, for what a 35-year-old computer, it's just in great shape. Again, thank you, Matt, so much for this. Let's put this back in here. It shuts down faster than your iPhone. Bet you it starts up quicker than it too, especially with System 6. Vroom. There we go. And the speaker Let's do the cage here. Some dust bunnies in there. I will have to clean out the floppy drive another day. And I'm sure grease it and all that stuff. Ugh. In fact, I will leave this out. But no battery bomb this time, thankfully. Let's get the video card in here. I do have an Ethernet card we could put in here as well. But look at that. Hi. That is... Oh, I'm excited. That came with dust bunnies. Yes, it did. Oh, man. I don't want to push my luck with that power supply today, but I am quite happy with how this came out so far. And, yeah. Let's take a look at the floppy drive real quick, just because I'm just curious how gummed up it is. And my pal Bruce just recently had some experiences with floppy drive gears. I think he posted it on his Facebook's page. Didn't you, Bruce? I forget how this thing comes out. Just yell at it until it falls out of the case. You just push it forward. Oh, I see. There's a clip on the front. And then it should just come out. What the heck? There it goes. I was overthinking it. Oh, no worries, Bruce. Just send a dozen over to me. I'll test them for you. Free of charge. That is quite a dusty drive. Do I have a screwdriver down here? I think I brought my Phillips one upstairs. Should have more than one screwdriver that fits in these stupid things. This might work. Hi. Yep, but also I have these. They come in single and double variety. Runs computer videos, battery adapters. He calls them remote batteries. You just wire them up, the little terminals there. So I have a few of those that Ron gave me, so I usually use those. But yeah, there's a bunch of other solutions for. Oh, that's stripping the screw. Well, that was a bad idea. Let's try it again. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's not going anywhere. Oh boy. Where is my screwdriver? Nope. Nope. Oh boy. Well. Ah, shoot. I think the universe is telling me to cut my losses. I thought I had a Phillips one down here. Like a big honking one. I bet I brought it upstairs. Ah. Yeah, either way, we'll have to fix this floppy drive. It's very dusty. Might work, but the grease is all dried up in there too, so. Yeah, I mean those are fine. I use those too when I get them, but the thing is that with these adapters, I could just go to the Harbor Freight that's like 10 minutes away and buy a 4-pack of the coin cell batteries. Where those little Saft batteries, they're like $7 each. So I don't know. It's just a personal preference thing. If you have a stack of them, If you have a place that sells good ones that are reliable, then go get those, I guess. But yeah, we'll fix this for another day. But we got that Mac IIcx working. And let's look at the serial number of this is F0065ABM5615. Telling myself that, so when I lose this in my collection, I'm like, oh, that's the one I got from VCF Midwest in 2024 that Mac gave me. And then I fixed up all good. Look at that. I'm very satisfied. 4 hours now, my goodness. All right, so let me click on the thing. I left, I didn't have the YouTube window open. I usually do. Oh, here it is. 3 hours and 48 minutes, my goodness. Wow. I guess we could go to an even 4 hours then. All right, where's that screwdriver? I want to look at the floppy drive if we have to pad time. Ah. Let me just check over here. I found it. Good old screwdriver. Good night, Jeff. Take care. Good luck. There we go. Yeah, you just need these heavy-duty screwdrivers sometimes just to pop that screw loose. There we go. Rest you do with your fingers here. Restless mode. Excellent. Oh, good luck. Oh boy. This looks to be a wee bit dusty. Yeah, that's a lot of dust. Yuck. Yeah, I'm trying not to. Looks like there's actually some grease still on here. Let's see if we can actually get it to work. Where's the sacrificial floppy? How do I not have a sacrificial floppy on the desk? Grab this PC one. Sorry, WordPerfect for DOS. How about that? That's actually... it's actually pretty smooth. So, neat. I bet you that eject gear is going to go, though. And Bruce was saying he noticed there's 2 different sizes. So now I wonder which one I have. A lot of dust around there. So much dust in there. I'm not going to do full teardown of it, but I'm kind of curious if it does work. Might be saying, Stephen, where'd you put your air adjuster? I have no idea. So I'm just spitting on it. Looks like it may work. Let's clean the heads of the disk drive mechanism here, and we'll give it a test, and then we'll wrap up the stream. Alright, and where's the little carrier? There it is. It's on the bottom. That little crappy one? That's in a bag somewhere. That thing doesn't suck enough. It sucks, but it's the wrong kind of suck. It's the bad suck. Don't take that out of context, folks. I should put the screws in there before that's why it's not going in. Sucking, going in. Look at all the things I'm saying. With this stupid floppy drive here. Come on. Really? There we go. I'm trying what to do. Yeah, I don't know if this is an internal or, the auto injector manual one. I always get those confused. There's only so many things my puny brain can remember. Make sure I turn the soldering iron off. And I did. How about that? Remember that for once. Alright, so let's do a test toast. As I knock everything off the desk. Oh boy. Alright. Alright, I'll plug that in. And we'll get our scuzzy. Plug that into the back. That fits perfectly. Get our ADB cable here. And our video adapter that's kind of sus, but it does kind of work. Let's see. 1001. Let's try that. 1001. So let's try the other way. See if that wants to work a bit better. Huh? And then we just need our power supply, which thankfully has this little extension doodle. Which means I could just do that. And we have plenty of slack. And power cord would be handy. Let's get a bit of a wider view here. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Guppa. I say that's right as if I would remember it from now on, but no. Input signal out of range. Let's try this again. There we go. Might as well get a Mac floppy, huh? None of this PC BS, huh? Well, disk inserted. Seems to be trying to read it. Hey, how about that? It reads it. Yay! Ooh, fast copy. As a bunny, I like that. I don't have a battery in here, so it's forgetting it does color. But this bunny icon is cute, if I remember. Yes, there he is. We got a little floppy disk. Very cool. All right, let's try and eject the disk and see if that that gear still works. Holy crap, ejected. That's awesome. Hey Ian, how's it going? Woo! Alright, well. So I think we did very well with our $10 Macintosh IIcx here. Been streaming for a bit over 4 hours now. And so I'm going to give a bit of a summary of what we did and what we found out. So a big thank you to Matt, aka Wooden Gamer, for selling me this machine at VCF Midwest for 10 bucks. There's a bunch of project machines there, some worse for wear. This had significant capacitor damage and leakage around the startup circuitry by the battery. No battery bombs, thankfully, but a lot of crap there. The video card was also pretty much worse for wear around the capacitors and one of the main chips there, so we had to clean that off very carefully. We also had to reflow the power connector because we were getting sort of an on-off type thing, and there were two clearly broken solder joints there. But once that was fixed and the floppy drive was cleaned up, we have Macintosh IIcx with 20 megabytes of memory. There was no hard drive with this, but the floppy drive works great. The power supply says suspect on it, but I wouldn't rule out that maybe that was due to the cracked solder joints on the board. Anyway, we will have to take a look at that power supply. I know there's a lot of reefer caps inside of that. We'll see if anything is leaking, but I am so happy to have a working Macintosh IIcx again. It was my family's first Mac. And I have two of them that are in weird shape. But super happy to get this working, and the graphics card, and the floppy drive. We'll have the power supply another night, but yeah, that's awesome. Yes, I have heard of Reboot, and I have seen that they had recovered the data from those D1 tapes. It's so cool that they are doing that. It looks great. But yeah, everyone who came up and said hi at VCF Midwest, thank you so much. To all the volunteers, the showrunners, the presenters, all the people who made that show possible, thank you. VCFMW.org, I believe, is the website. I think it's .org, right? .org? Yes, it is. Go to the website for more information about that event. I'm sure they'll be posting recordings of the sessions and stuff like that in a few months. Usually takes them some time. But, yeah, that's about it. I'm super thrilled. Thank you for sticking with me for 4 hours and 2 minutes. We had a lot of people come on and off during the show. Please don't forget to hit the like button. That tells YouTube that this content ain't all bad. So I would sincerely appreciate it if you took the 2 seconds out of your time to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. But thank you, Veronica. I really appreciate it. And that's about it for now. I'm going to hit the end stream button. Hopefully we'll be streaming next week or so. But yeah, happy almost Friday. I'm not going to push my luck with the rest of this stream because everything's working great. But it was great seeing you all in person. Thank you so much to everybody who came up and said hello. Anyone who gave me something or had me sign something or we took a selfie together. That what makes these events worthwhile. So, thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate it. $5. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. And yeah, another happy ending, says Eric. So I think that's a perfect way to end it. So I'm gonna hit the end stream button and I'll say goodnight to you all. So good night. Bye.